कई लोग What the fuck really सच में किधर है नूबड़े तू लाइक कर सारे चल अभी सारे अकाउंट से लाइक कर चल जल्दी
There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
अरे मेरी क्लास है रे 8 से 10:30 तक तू कब तक स्ट्रीम करेगा मैं करेगा 1-2 बजे तक और बाद में सोने जाएगा मैं तो बाहर काम है रे वो करने जाएगा 12 बजे तक खेलेंगे जेनशिन बाद में पीसी पे नहीं हूँ सर पीसी पे आता हूँ 8 बजे ओके सर ओके 8 बजे आके सारे अकाउंट से लाइक करियो अभी क्या तेरा क्लास है क्या
Traveler, please, over here. It has been a while since you joined the Adventurers Guild. Are your adventures going smoothly? Is that so? Apart from your own skills, reliable teammates are also indispensable when adventuring. Another person to count on is always good after all. But recruiting such dependable companions is no easy matter, is it?
Yep, and it's even harder to get a guide as good as Paimon.
Ah, yes. I do have some information that may be of help to you. Let me consult our records. Ah, there it is. There's been a certain blonde stranger who arrived in Mondstadt lately, dressed in most unusual clothes.
Blonde. Dress is all funny.
It feels like
Paimon's heard this one before. Wait, do you mean...
Sir, spoiler de do. Nah.
Does that stranger's face look anything like his?
Like the honorary knights? No, they couldn't look more different. This stranger is a very tall man, and even has an eye patch.
Seriously? How does this have anything to do with Kaya? Eye patches can't prove that you're related anyway.
That stranger declined the guild's invitation, so I can't say that I know anything about the relationship between him and Mr. Kaya. Nonetheless, you can look for him if you're interested. Perhaps he might accept your commission instead. After all, it is not uncommon for some adventurers to not want to be limited by the guild, but be happy to accept a fellow adventurer's requests. And should the stranger be a strong adventurer indeed, he would certainly be a big help on your journey. Please don't talk down on yourself like that. You are the honorary knight of the Knights of Favonius, after all. Your deeds are the stuff of song for all the bards in the city, even now. Well, as to further news about him, you may want to ask Mr. Lawrence. He stands guard at the city gate, so he may know something about that stranger. I wish you every success, adventurer.
भरोसा नहीं हो रहा है तो आज से भरोसा डाल दे किधर है एक बच्चू तेरे को एक जादू दिखाओ क्या देख लॉरेंस कौन है
It's been getting quite busy recently.
किसको पूछना है रे? अरे गेट पे हो, वाह। वो बर्फ वाला प्लेयर मिला देगा क्या? तेरे को मिला क्या वो? ये करने में मजा आता है।
Welcome to Mondstadt.
किधर गए मिशन? Veigar is busy completing the quest in Minecraft. अरे अब मैं सेव करूँगा, नेक्स्ट बैनर जाएगा 5 दिन बाद, उसमें डालूंगा विशेष। तो इसमें नहीं डालने वाला तो मैं भी बंद करने वाला था इसमें। और इसमें तेरे चांसेस ज़्यादा है ना अभी कि नहीं? ये कौन है? ये कोई दोस्त है क्या पहचान का? नहीं, इसके 70% एजेंट मिल गए हैं, सो कोई फायदा नहीं है डाल के। 5 स्टार मिला तेरे को? अभी किधर जाना है? मेरे को कुछ है ही नहीं लिंक। Tell me about Mondstadt. सर आप एक साइड क्वेस्ट करो फिर अनलॉक होगा क्वेस्ट। अच्छा कौन सा करो? एक साइड क्वेस्ट। अच्छा ये तेरे को 5 स्टार कैरेक्टर मिला कि नहीं रे?
Hello, Mr. Crossell. How's business been?
Oh, good, very good. All thanks to your advice, Miss Yanfei. What brings you here today?
You're too kind. I was simply doing my job. Now, I believe that the last time we met, you mentioned that you were looking to source some Smaragdus jadeite to make hairpins. Have there been any further developments on this front?
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, in the end, I did acquire a small piece of Smaragdus jadeite and had it fashioned into a pair of hairpins. Miss Yanfei, might I presume that you have an interest in the hairpins? I must apologize. I've already rented them out to a lady named Zhi Qiao. If you'd like to inspect them, you may have to wait quite some time.
Wait, isn't Smaragdus jadeite really rare? Aren't you worried about the hairpins getting damaged or lost while they're being rented out?
No, I'm not worried in the slightest, because I signed a contract with Miss Zhi Qiao before renting them to her. The contract makes it quite clear that if she loses or damages the item in question, she must compensate me for its full original value. In return, I included a clause that guarantees the Smaragdus jadeite is genuine, with a penalty of 10 times the item's value payable by me to Ms. Jiqiao in the event that it is shown to be a fake.
Guaranteed genuine, with 10 times the value payable if this claim is shown to be false. Yes, these terms are very clear indeed.
Of course. This way, both the client and I have the assurance we need. To ensure fairness, each of us has retained an original copy of the contract.
In that case, might you know where Miss Chow lives? We'd like to pay her a visit and have a look at the hairpins.
Oh, of course. She wrote her address down when we signed our contract. Here, I'll mark it on your map for you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Crossell. We'll be off now.
I'm back मिनट गया था. Hey, no. क्या भाई रोज तुम यही गेम स्ट्रीम करते हो? आज शाम को खेलेंगे ब्रो पक्का वेरनेट, इसलिए सुबह कर रहे हैं स्ट्रीम में. नहीं तो नहीं क्या दोपहर को 12 बजे वेरनेट खेलते. यार तू भी चालू करना है गेम यार, बहुत अच्छा है. तेरे को भी मन नहीं होगा मालूम क्या?
Whatever shall I do?
तेरे को भी मन नहीं होगा खेलने का वैलोरेंट अगर ये गेम चालू किया तूने तो.
Is there something I can help you with?
How do you do, Monsieur Chow? We understand from Mr. Crossell that you recently rented a pair of hairpins from him. My associates and I are very interested in them. Would you mind letting us take a look at them?
The hairpins? I can't lend them to you right now. I've lost them. I don't know how it could have happened. I always kept them right by my side, and I hadn't even worn them yet. I spent so much money on them. If I have to pay their original value, there's no way I could come up with that amount of money on such short notice.
कितने लाइक हो गए? कैकरट सर कुछ क्या? कैकरट सर कुछ लोग
My family is in the ore business too, but business has been suffering ever since the chasm was sealed off. We now have a backlog of paid-up orders just sitting around, so we've been having to purchase some stock from other ore merchants to complete them. A big banquet is coming up in a few days, and several ore merchants I know of will be there. I need this opportunity to mingle and discuss prices. That's what the hairpins were for,
Free, bro.
Well, to keep up appearances. I can't have them looking down on me. But now that I've lost the hairpins, what will I do?
Why does Paimon have a sudden strong sense of deja vu?
Would you really? I sent a commission to the Adventurers Guild, but I haven't heard anything back from them yet.
Hold on. Don't run off looking for the hairpins just yet. Mr. Chow, would you let me have a look at the rental contract you signed?
Huh? Well, I mean, sure, I have it right here. Here you are.
Let me see.
That's right! Yanfei said she's a legal advisor, didn't she? Maybe she can help Jiqiao somehow. True. Though surely there must be a win-win solution.
Right. I finished reading the contract. The terms are very clear, and they do indeed stipulate that you must pay Mr. Crossell the original value of the hairpins as compensation for the loss. Furthermore, the contract also expressly states that the amount of compensation must take current market prices into account. And given the rarity of Smaragdus jadeite, I fear that the final amount of compensation may end up being significantly higher as a result.
Even higher? Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Jiqiao looks like she's about to faint.
However, all of this is assuming that it is indeed genuine Smaragdus jadeite that was inlaid into the hairpins.
Did you really have to pause before saying that part? Anyway, the hairpins are lost, so how exactly would we be able to find out if the jadeite is genuine or not? Whichever way you look at it, we've got to start by finding those hairpins.
Except that if we found the hairpins, there'd no longer be any need to check whether the jadeite is genuine, would there?
Seems right.
Please. Please, Don't trouble yourselves over this. The fact is, I lost the item and I should pay compensation per the contract. However much it is,
भाई लोग
I will
लाइक
have to
करो यार,
pay
कितने
it.
लाइक हो गए मेरे को
My
बताओ।
family are merchants after all.
4 लाइक।
It's vital that we keep our
Not
word
bad.
and respect our contracts.
सुबह सुबह को आएंगे
Now
ना।
that it's come to this, I
Every
really
week
shouldn't
random
keep
games
Crossel in
का
the dark any
free
longer.
शेयर करते Epic
I'll go
Games।
and
Yes,
inform him
yes,
of the
yes.
issue and then
Okay.
negotiate the amount of compensation.
Yes, legally speaking, it seems this is the most
This
sensible
one
course
भाई
of
आपने
action.
लाइक किया कि
But
नहीं
before
यार?
that, I have some
आप
questions
मेरे पे
about the
गुस्सा है यार,
hairpins.
नहीं खेलते इसलिए।
So hold on a moment, Mr. Chow. When you
इसलिए
first
लाइक
touched the
भी नहीं
hairpins,
करेंगे यार।
what did you
This is
feel?
not fair, man.
What did I feel? Well, I remember that the gemstones set into the pins were perfectly smooth to the touch, like the finest quality jade. My family has seen much jade pass through its hands in the past, so I am quite
Done
certain
like
of my
तो
judgment in this
Epic-
matter.
Epic ने सबका कर दिया।
Smooth to the touch, finest
क्या
quality
सबका क्या कर दिया
jade.
Epic ने?
No, it's nothing. I just need to re-examine a few things. Let's head over to Mr. Crossel's.
स्टार्टिंग में ही कर दिया। थैंक यू यार, थैंक यू।
Let's dance.
Ah, Miss Yanfei, you've returned. With Miss Jiqiao in tow, too, I see. How are the hairpins? I trust you're quite satisfied with them?
About
Sir,
that.
I am the best follower. आपको भी
You lost them? Are you
मैं like
serious?
कर देता
Do you have
हूँ
any
और
idea
no
how
rage.
expensive they were?
Sir, I am the
Sorry,
best
I'm
follower. आप
sorry.
कोई भी
Truly, I
देख लो,
am.
मैं like
I'll
कर
pay the
देता हूँ।
compensation as
हाँ
per
ना।
our contract.
Thank you,
Every
thank you,
last
thank you.
mora.
Mora? Do you have any idea what I had to go through to get my hands on that Smaragdus jadeite? I just don't... Forget it. Talking won't bring them back. Since Miss Yanfei is here, I suppose we can just have her estimate the amount that needs to be paid.
No problem. But before I can give an official estimate, I'll need to do a little market research. Ah, yes. And if I may just confirm again, it was in fact genuine Smaragdus jadeite inlaid into the hairpins, correct?
Of course! Genuine article guaranteed, or I pay back 10 times the value.
All right, understood. I'll conduct some market research, and once I'm back, I'll provide an official assessment of the sum owed by Mr. Chow in compensation. Please wait here, Mr. Crossel.
Thank you very much. How could she lose my hairpins? She'd better pay every last mora that they're worth.
Looks like I'll have to find some way to raise that money.
Please wait, Mr. Chow. I have something to discuss with you. It's not convenient to speak here, so let's find somewhere that we can sit and talk in more detail.
How could she lose my hairpins? She'd better pay every last mora that they're worth.
स्कैमर लग रहा है मेरे को।
Miss Yanfei, what is this about? Are you here to tell me how much I owe?
No. What I wanted to talk about is, there is a chance that the ore inlaid on those hairpins may not be Smaragdus jadeite after all.
What do you mean? Are you implying that you already sneaked off and found them?
Obviously not. I'm no adventurer, let alone a member of the guild. I don't run thankless, time-consuming errands for a living. Let's just say I made some deductions. I don't know if Granny told you this, But Smaragdus jadeite is found deep underground and contains very concentrated elemental energy. If mere mortals come into contact with it, well, they'll be sick in the best case. And in the worst case, they could even experience a dramatic change of personality. It most certainly would not be smooth to the touch. Mr. Chow, did you at any time feel unwell while the hairpins were in your possession?
No, not at all. I felt perfectly fine the whole time. Not even the slightest bit unwell. I didn't feel anything special at all, in fact.
Now that is strange. I noticed earlier that there were elemental traces in Mr. Crossel's vicinity. If I've deduced correctly, he may still have the Smaragdus jadeite in his possession.
If that's the case, we should go confront him right now and expose his dirty scam right to his face!
Absolutely not. If we were to confront him now, there's no way he would admit to it. Eventually, he would find some argument to compel us to leave. And then, he'd throw the Smaragdus jadeite into the sea the moment we were gone. After that, he would simply insist that Mr. Chow pay up per the contract. He would lose nothing. Meanwhile, we would have to look under every stone in Liyue, hoping and praying that the hairpins do actually still exist somewhere in this world.
So vivid that Paimon thinks it might be experience talking.
Oh, it certainly is. I've seen my fair share of situations like this, and brute force methods are certainly one way of resolving them. Fortunately, I have far more elegant solutions at my disposal. I'll share them with you in due course.
Well then, since you're so experienced in dealing with problems like this, perhaps you could help me, Miss Yunfei.
Oh, that won't be a problem. But first,
Goku
Mr.
gaya?
Chow, can I ask you to please sign this contract?
Huh? Does there have to be a contract for everything? Paimon can't even keep track. It feels like
Goku
Yanfei
gaya?
is even more concerned with them than a certain someone else we know.
These are my formal terms of engagement.
उसको पढ़ाई के
Everything
लिए
prior to now
उठाने
has
के
just
आगे।
been pro bono advice. But for me to investigate any further, I require a written contract. Any work commissioned but not bound by a
Wait a
contract
minute.
cannot be relied upon.
I understand. Then I will be glad to place this matter into your capable hands if you will take it, Miss Yunfei.
No problem. Just sign here, and I'll sign too. Okay. Now write your address here, and then sign on this page as well. And I'll also need your signatures on pages 5, 7, and on the very last page. Finally, if you could just use this ink pad to make a handprint over here.
बाप रे।
This contract has so many pages. Paimon's all out of brain juice.
All right, that should do it. My fees are the same as always, and they're written in the contract. Have a look through and let me know if you have any questions.
I've had a read through. Everything checks out.
Well then, here's your copy of the contract. I will retain the other copy.
क्या टाटा गुड बाय फिनिश गुड बाय का need no to do any
Not for now, no. Despite how intractable this problem might sound, it will actually be quite straightforward to resolve, once we've got some things squared away. I don't believe you have been part of an investigation like this before, in which case, hopefully this should be quite the experience.
Miss Yunfei, I have to ask, why are you helping me?
Because, as it happens, I'm currently trying to acquire some Smaragdus jadeite myself. I noticed strong traces of geo-energy around Mr. Crossel, so perhaps he has, in fact, secured some. Whether he actually made it into an item of jewelry or not is a separate matter. But either way, it's a lead. As long as we follow it, who knows? We might just be able to get our hands on some Smaragdus jadeite. Also, the idea of someone abusing the law to their advantage, I won't stand for it. But again, let's not dwell on this. Let's go to... where can we find someone who processes ore? Ah, I've got it! Let's pay a visit to Chateau, the boss of the Jade Mystery. He's a professional when it comes to working with stone and ore. If Mr. Crossel had his ore worked on at all, Chateau would undoubtedly have been his first choice.
चलो किधर है मिशन
Why, hello there, honored customers. Welcome to... Oh, it's you, Miss
और कितने
Yenfei.
subs के
Is something the matter? Surely not more spurious claims that my jade betting is rigged and no one can ever win? Oh, I swear on all that is sacred.
No, nothing of the sort. Has a Snezhnine merchant named Crossel enlisted your ore processing services recently by any chance?
A Snezhnine merchant named Crossel, you
140
say?
चाहिए
I do remember that. He brought me a piece of ore, claiming that it was Smaragdus jadeite. That was the first time I'd ever encountered it, so I had no way of telling if it was really Smaragdus jadeite or not. But if a customer insists, far be it from me to contradict them. He was quite generous with his money, too, so I didn't give it too much thought. I processed the ore as per his request.
Do you have any leftover debris from your work on it?
Why, yes. It was my first time encountering this ore, after all, so I kept a few loose shavings to study myself later. They're right over there, in fact.
Thank you, sir. We'll take a look at them.
Try your luck betting on jade?
If my eyes don't deceive me, the cross-sections and patterning suggest that these are Smaragdus nephrite shavings. Yes, it's not particularly rare, nor is it especially valuable. It's used to make jewelry all the time. I've heard it said that Smaragdus nephrite is in fact the outer layer of Smaragdus jadeite, though no one's ever proven it.
A thin layer of separation, huh?
If you must see for yourself, try examining these shavings for traces of elemental energy. Smaragdus nephrite is an entirely ordinary ore, containing no elemental energy whatsoever.
Is that so? Well, we might as well give elemental sight a shot. So, did you find anything?
not a trace of element energy.
So they really are different. But wait, how come Jichao was able to tell what it was just by looking at the shards? That's pretty awesome.
There's nothing special to it. It just so happens that I've come across a great many of these in my time. These two stones actually look very similar. Someone without a deep understanding of them would find it very difficult to tell them apart. There may be only a subtle difference for the casual viewer, but that translates to an astronomical difference in terms of the market price. And, I'm sure, a significant difference in the cost of having them carved into shape.
All right, let's focus up. We're going off on a tangent.
But never mind, Shirto. Why would Mr. Crossel...
Unusual actions have unusual reasons behind them. Let's take some of these shavings back to Chateau.
Miss Yenfei? Might I be so bold as to inquire,
If you could just confirm for me once more, sir. Mr. Crossel did indeed claim that the ore he brought to your store was in fact Smaragdus jadeite, did he not?
Yes, that's right. I still have a record of the job with me, in fact. Here. It says quite clearly, 1 chunk Smaragdus jadeite, uncut.
Then I have no further questions. But could I borrow the processing record and these stone shavings?
Of course. But might I ask why you need them?
Oh, I have my reasons. Ah, yes. Please sign here on this affidavit. This document shall serve as signed proof that these stone shavings originated from the, ore that Mr. Crossel brought to your store. Please read it carefully.
Yes, I see. Forgive me for asking again, Miss Yenfei, but might I know the nature of the incident on this occasion?
I wouldn't say there's been an incident, just a minor issue. Thank you, sir. I'll take these with me.
With this hard evidence to back us up, Crossel won't dare try to deny what he did.
On the contrary, this is far from sufficient to build a case. we need to find something a little more compelling. If you want to make jewelry, you need a professional jewelsmith. Let me think. Jewelry. Nope. Aha! Got it! Singsi. She often helps people to find a jewelsmith. Let's go pay her a visit.
Well, that was quick. How can you know so many people?
Because lots of people come to me for legal advice every day. As you know, Liyue Harbor is the city of contracts. And contracts, well, I should say laws, are very important to us. But the amendments made by the Tianquan to our laws are unnecessarily complicated. How can I put this? It just seems like they're hard to understand and impossible to finish. As such, legal advisors like myself provide quite the popular service indeed.
So you help them make sense of the law. But didn't you say that it's hard to understand and impossible to finish?
Yes, well, that's no obstacle because I've memorized all the legal codices.
You memorized them?
You sound surprised. Knowing the law inside out is a legal advisor's bread and butter, you know? Oh, this has nothing to do with being an adeptus. I just like reading things.
Again with that casual tone.
Well, that's that then. Let's go look for Singsi.
What should I try this time? Try your luck betting on Jade?
नंबर नीट टाकतोय बघती जरा तिकडे जाऊन.
Oh, Miss Yenfei, it's you. Has something happened? Did the client from last time...
Have no further trouble from then on? Yes, of course. I'm just here to ask you a few questions. Has a merchant by the name of Crossel asked you to put him in contact with a jewelsmith recently?
Krosel? Yes, I remember him. He's a merchant from Snezhnaya, no? Yeah, he came to me with a chunk of something he called Smaragdus Jadeite. The design of the hairpins that he gave me was quite intricate, so it took me some work to find someone who was up to the job. Eventually, I found an older jewelsmith who made them exactly according to his specifications. This order was on hold for a very long time, and only completed quite recently, which is why I remember it so well.
Doesn't seem like there's any evidence to be found here.
Miss Singsi, I'd like for you to confirm for me once more. When Mr. Crossel commissioned you to find him a jewelsmith, did he or did he not assert that the material he presented to you that day was called Smaragdus Jadeite?
Yes, I'm sure of it. The hairpins were made using many expensive materials, and the asking price was quite high, so we had to put this transaction on record with the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Mr. Crossel wasn't very familiar with the necessary procedures, so I filed it on his behalf. I also kept a copy for my own records. See for yourself, the item is called Smaragdus Jadeite Twin Phoenix Pins. The inlaid gemstone is recorded as Smaragdus Jadeite. The document even has the official seal of the ministry on it.
Thank you, Singsi. Now, could you let me borrow this document?
Sure, it isn't serving much purpose here anyway. I take it then that there's been some more trouble?
Nothing you need to worry about, just a minor issue. I'll return your document as soon as I'm done with it. Thanks again.
Why is everyone's first reaction always to assume someone or something is in trouble?
I believe we have almost all the evidence we need. We just need to make one last trip. Let's go to Boo Boo Pharmacy to speak with Dr. Baiju.
The weirdo with the snake around his neck? What do you want to speak to him for?
Because only he can provide an authoritative statement confirming that Smaragdus Jadeite is harmful to the human body. Once we have this final piece of evidence in our hands, we can wrap this case up.
आता नंबर टाकला आता जाना क्या काढला काय आला का टेंशन के
To what do I owe the pleasure? Though I'm afraid that if you're looking for our little Chi-Chi, she's out gathering herbs. And if it isn't Miss Yanfei as well, now that's an even rarer honor. What business brings you here, might I inquire? Some charlatans peddling ineffectual medicines again, no doubt?
No. I'm here this time to ask if you're familiar with Smaragdus Jadeite.
Smaragdus Jadeite? Why, yes, there is some information about it included in the 6th commentary on the 7 Mountain Treatises. The 7 Mountain Treatises states that this substance springs forth from stone marrow within the mountains and will bring disaster to any mere mortals who touch it. It is abundant in elemental energy, so if someone without a vision is in contact with it for a prolonged period, best case scenario, they fall ill. Worst case scenario, they'll suffer great changes in personality and their illness will only ever get worse. Anyway, I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to chit-chat. Knowing you, Yanfei, and given the specific nature of your question, I suppose that you're about to ask me to write an official affidavit attesting to the pharmaceutical peculiarities of Smaragdus Jadeite?
That is indeed the case. If you would be so kind, Dr. Baiju.
No trouble at all. It's just a single document. Won't take me a moment. I would mention, though, that you are not the only one who's developed a curiosity for Smaragdus Jadeite recently. A Snezhnayan merchant came to ask me about it not long ago. But after I gave him my reply, his expression shifted to one of remarkable disappointment. I wonder, Miss Yanfei, if your pressing business might be related to this Snezhnayan merchant?
You needn't concern yourself about that, Dr. Baiju. Thank you for penning us that document. I'll make sure to compensate you in due course.
You're too kind. Take care now.
That Baiju guy is as weird as ever. Is it just Paimon, or does it feel like he was fishing for something back there?
Dr. Baiju's always been like that. Well, we have the evidence we need. Let's go find Mr. Crossel.
But I don't want to.
तुला 5 स्टार किती भेटले? हां? किती भेटले? 2-3. हां?
Miss Yanfei, have you finished your investigation? I trust you will now be in a position to assess the compensation due.
Yes, my investigation is indeed concluded. I can now provide a final figure for the amount payable.
Wonderful. Well then, please, could you do the honors, Miss Yanfei?
Of course. According to the stipulations of the contract, Mr. Crossel, you must pay Mr. Chow 10 times the original transaction price in Mora.
Sure. Wait, what? Me pay her? Surely there's been some kind of mistake, Miss Yanfei.
Not at all. According to my investigations and the material evidence that we've gathered, the substance claimed to be Smaragdus Jadeite that was inlaid within the Smaragdus Jadeite twin phoenix pins that you rented out to Mr. Chow was, in fact, Smaragdus Nephrite. Now, the contract states very clearly that 10 times the price shall be paid should the article not be genuine. Accordingly, you are liable for this sum, which is payable to Mr. Chow in Mora.
Material evidence? What material evidence? Why, Miss Yanfei, you cannot frame me like this. I spent a huge sum to obtain that Smaragdus Jadeite, and yet you claim that the ore inlaid on the hairpins is somehow fake. I demand to see your evidence.
Indeed. Only a testimony from an expert witness involved in the processing of the ore can serve as an authoritative assessment of whether it is genuine. Traveler, please produce the evidence in question. This is a processing record from the Jade Mystery, along with stone samples and an affidavit signed by the business owner, Chateau.
Seriously? Even the boss there couldn't differentiate between Smaragdus Jadeite and Smaragdus Nephrite. How does this prove anything? In any case, Smaragdus nephrite is the outer layer of Smaragdus jadeite. So I had him cut away the nephrite, he returned the valuable jadeite core to me, and some nephrite samples remain in the store. What am I missing exactly?
That's an unsubstantiated belief.
Well, your claim that my ore is fake is just as unsubstantiated. And we are here to talk about evidence, aren't we?
Ugh. Looks like our first piece of evidence didn't convince him at all. Seems like he came prepared. What should we do next?
Hard evidence. Something legally binding.
This document proves that my hairpins are the real deal, doesn't it? This is the Ministry's seal, after all. It shows that the ore inlaid on the pins is indeed Smaragdus jadeite.
Our second piece of evidence didn't work either. And this guy's getting more belligerent by the second.
You know, you could be right. Perhaps the hairpins are the real deal after all.
Of course I'm right. All the evidence shown supports my story.
Well, hang on a moment now, because I do recall one final piece of evidence that we haven't revealed yet. Traveler, would you do the honors?
What's this?
Smaragdus jadeite springs forth from stone marrow within the mountains and will bring disaster to any mere mortals who touch it. Sustained contact with Smaragdus jadeite over a prolonged period will, in less serious cases, cause a mild malady, while in serious cases, the patient may suffer a dramatic change of personality and fall seriously ill. Mr. Crossell, were you aware of these peculiar properties of Smaragdus jadeite?
I had no idea.
No idea, you say? I'd guessed as much. But for you to have rented out such a dangerous item... I'm afraid that this falls outside the scope of my work, but within that of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. However, I'm sure that the Ministry will be relatively lenient considering that, as you say, you were ignorant of the danger you posed. Don't worry, Mr. Crossell. I will make sure that all the evidence presented here will be handed over to the Ministry. I trust that you'll give them your full cooperation in their investigations.
What? Wait! I knew.
Oh, so you knew? Oh, dear Mr. Crossell. But if you knew of Smaragdus jadeite's dangerous properties beforehand, why would you...
Huh? No, The hairpins aren't actually
inlaid with genuine Smaragdus jadeite? Is that what you were about to say? You do understand, Mr. Crossell, that this means that you will have to pay Ms. Sir Chow 10 times the original price in Mora? Mr. Crossell, your answer, please. My client and I are waiting.
Yampy's seriously intimidating right now. It's like she's a different person.
I admit it. I confess. The ore I had inlaid on those hairpins was Smaragdus nephrite. But I'm a victim in all of this too. I invested a great deal of time and money into acquiring that small amount of Smaragdus jadeite in the hopes of turning it into a piece of jewelry that would fetch a fine price. But after receiving it and carrying it around for a few days, I started to feel extreme discomfort. I couldn't sleep a wink or eat a single bite. I was in a constant state of agitation, too. I went to Boo Boo Pharmacy to get myself checked out, only to discover that this sort of stone cannot be worn as jewelry. But how could I let all that money go to waste? That's why I had another pair of hairpins made from Smaragdus nephrite, which is almost indistinguishable from Smaragdus jadeite. I kept the real Smaragdus jadeite in a specially made box. I daren't touch it again. I was worried that someone would see through it, which is why I only dared to rent them out, not sell them. And then to top it all off, Chichao lost the hairpins after—
Exactly! If they weren't the real deal, why'd you make her pay so much?
I didn't want to either, but when I purchased that Smaragdus jadeite, some of my business partners found out. I knew they'd be watching closely to see how much I could make off it. If word got out that I sold a pair of fake hairpins, then my days in this line of business would be over.
All right, let's cut the appeals phase right there. I failed to see what bearing any of this has on your transaction with my client. According to the contract, you must pay Mr. Chow 10 times the original price in Mora, and that is final.
10 times?
Crossell looks like he could faint any second.
As for me, according to my contract with Mr. Chow, 20% of that sum will go to me.
20%? That's as much as I spent on that Smaragdus Jadeite!
There's no need. It's fine. You don't have to pay me that much, Mora. Even if the Smaragdus Jadeite on those hairpins was fake, I still bear responsibility for losing them. Legally or not, I think I owe some compensation for that.
सर एक
Mr. Chow,
है
you-
सबके
However, Mr.
सबका
Crossell,
कटेगा उसमें
since you have no use for that chunk
आपका
of
दोस्त
Smaragdus
से कौन
Jadeite,
nominate
why don't you give it to me
होगा?
instead?
आपको लगता
I'll
है
consider us even.
सर एक टीवी शो है
What?
सबका
But
काटोगे उसमें
all right then. This cursed rock's brought me
TV
enough
show
grief as it is.
है सबका
Miss
काटोगे
Yunfei,
उसमें
I'll turn the
आपका
Smaragdus Jadeite over to you.
दोस्तों
I
से
trust that it will
nomination-
suffice as
टीवी
remuneration.
शो का नाम ही है क्या
Well,
सबका काटोगे
that's not quite how the rules say this should go. But whatever, it'll do.
Thanks so much for your help this time, Miss Yunfei. When you have the time, I'll be sure to visit and express my thanks more appropriately.
Oh, come on. No need to stand on ceremony. Now, if I may confirm this again, Mr. Chow, have you and Mr. Crossell come to an understanding?
Well, yes,
Katinga.
I believe we have.
Well then, that's
Katinga.
good. Mr. Crossell, it seems that my client has no further claims against you.
Is that so? That's good. That's good.
जी, अब
Actually,
चोर को जाएगा,
Mr.
ऐसा
Crossell,
है।
I'd like to talk business for a second, if I may. I could see from the hairpins you produce that you're very skilled in jewelry design. My family, on the other hand, works in the ore
समझे
business,
नहीं मेरे को।
and we have a fair stock of fine ores. If we could join forces, your jewelry designs and our choice ores, I think we could do some fine business between us.
Let me think for a moment.
Well, that's that. And we've got the Smaragdus Jadeite that Granny wants too. All's well that ends well, eh?
Exactly. Usually when someone tells us they've lost something, we end up searching all over the place for it. But this time, you managed to solve the problem with just a big stack of documents. Even though the solution didn't involve actually finding the hairpins.
The right solution depends on your perspective on the problem. The objective of my client, Mr. Chow, was to reduce her liability to pay compensation. So, rather than looking high and low for some hairpins, proving that the rented item was nowhere near worth what the vendor had claimed it to be was the more efficient solution. An Adeptus. Speaking of, you took part in that battle, didn't you? In which case, you would have heard what Granny said. Liyue Harbor is now a city ruled by humans. The title of Adeptus means precious little to me compared to my job as a legal advisor. In any case, don't you think that the Liyue Harbor of today needs legal consultancy far more than it needs adeptal powers?
Paimon can think of someone who would definitely disagree with your reasoning.
Well, since we got what we came for, it's time to pay Granny a visit. I bet she's been on tenterhooks for a while now.
फिर अब डिस्कॉर्ड पे ऑफलाइन कैसे हो कोई चालू नहीं किया रे मैं सीधा स्ट्रीम चालू किया
Ah, you've returned. How did it go? Were you able to find the Smaragdus Jadeite? Good, good. Then we have all the materials we need.
Well, if we're all set, Granny, I'll get going now. Got a ton of clients waiting for me back at the office.
Oh, you. All right then. Go see to your business. Granny should be able to handle the rest.
I'm off then. Bye! Oh, yes, Traveler. Make sure you don't lose the business card I gave you. I've been looking into the laws of other nations as well. If you should ever bump into any trouble with the law, come find me directly. Regulars get discounts too.
Come now, child. Are you leaving or are you not? If you have no wish to leave, perhaps you'd like to help me clean my teapot, hmm?
I'm leaving! I'm leaving!
That child. Goodness knows where she learned to be so rambunctious. Her father was hardly so riotous or fond of talking nonsense back in the day when he stood beside Rex Lapis. Indeed she is. Liyue has changed, and the Adepti must also learn to change. Yanfei might be overly garrulous, but she is also the most intimately acquainted with the city among us all. Liyue is not the same place I once knew. All right, then. Let us speak of this no more. Back on topic. I believe that I still owe you a little gift.
Oh, Paimon's so excited! How is it made?
बड़ा तो कुछ समझ नहीं आता अब एंकर में माइक नीचे लिया and how long does it take
It is but a single teapot. It shan't take long at all.
आ रहा है क्या अभी ठीक
Just
से
wait
आवाज
here for a moment. There we go. This Serenity pot is all yours now. Hold it firmly. If you were to drop it, oh goodness, who knows what might happen. Take these blueprints with you as well. You'll need them if you wish to make your teapot a little more lively inside.
Wait a minute, Granny. How exactly are we supposed to use this teapot?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I've
Game
already arranged for a certain little helper to await you within this teapot.
गेम का आवाज
She
कम
will
कर गया
explain everything you
पर फिर तो आ
need
रहा
to
है
know
बड़े
about it.
noob
Wow! This teapot seems even bigger inside than Madame Ping's! There's even a great big house in the middle, too! Huh. But there's just a whole load of nothing around it. Hey! There's a perfectly good house right over there! Why should Paimon have to live in a hole in the ground? Still, why is it so empty here apart from that house? Oh, wait a second. What is that?
Well, it seems that we have a visitor.
It's a huge finch!
Excuse me, I am not a finch. I am a teapot spirit, and you may call me... hang on a moment. What am I supposed to be called again? Oh, call me. I suppose you may call me Tubby.
So you're the little helper Madame Ping mentioned?
Madam Ping? Oh, you must mean Ping. Yes, she did summon me here. She told me much about you. You may leave all matters regarding the upkeep of this realm to me. Your journey may be far from over, but at least this way you will not want for a comfortable place to sleep each night. Though it is the Adepti who create realms such as this, they generally do not have the time of day to attend to the banal matter of their maintenance. Thus, we teapot spirits were created to help guard their realms and manage their affairs. You may consider me a butler, if you will. Now, allow me to explain this realm to you. Have you any blueprints on you? As long as you have a blueprint, you can refashion this realm however you please.
Blueprints? Oh, that's right! Granny handed us some when she gave us the teapot, didn't she? Let's take them out and have a look.
Yes, these are the blueprints I'm talking about. Go on, open them up. Just commit the image of the objects to memory and prepare the necessary materials. Then simply release the thought from your mind and the object in the blueprint shall appear within this teapot.
Wow! Is that all it takes? Then we could build a whole city inside, couldn't we?
I doubt it. A golden-eyed adeptus explained this to me at some point in the past. He said that even though subspace creation is a product of adeptal power, even that has its limits. This world is not a true one, after all. It provides merely a moment of brief respite from the mortal realm, not a means of escaping it entirely.
A golden-eyed adeptus?
I hardly remember myself. What's more, I have never seen that adeptus again since. Well, let's not dwell on that. Have a look around. Best you get accustomed to this realm. If there's anything you would like to ask, just look for me.
हे काय आपल्याला बनवता येतं का इथं? हा? टीपॉड मध्ये आलोय ना मी. पुन्हा आला का?
Let's dance.
कसं जाऊ?
the show be...
कुछ साउंड नहीं आता गेम का। आपका वॉइस बढ़ा दो। क्या? मेरे को कुछ समझा नहीं रे। अरे क्या करूं? बाहर कैसे जाने का इससे?
Maybe you're not used to the place at the moment, but once you've material... If you ever have... Maybe you're not... If you ever have...
ऐसे you have to leave the current spot and you will return the your one. वाह, ऐसे लीव करते हैं क्या? आपल्याला स्वतःला दिलं. इथं क्रिएट करायची सिटी वाटतं.
Maybe you're not... If you ever have it...
कोणाला द्यायचे?
ज्याला पाहिजे त्याने तुला द्यायला लावलंय.
बादी छापलं येते. कुठे खेळतो रे तू? कसलं नूब आहे? Minecraft. I'm gonna read video on the Minecraft.
I'll protect us.
Ad Astra Abyss. Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the... Ad Astra Ab...
क्या नाम है Minecraft?
Ad Astra Abyssa.
Wagner is busy crafting the quest of Minecraft. Wagner. Wagner कौन से प्लेयर का नाम है?
Ad Astra Abyss. Ad Astra.
My string still fails.
ठीक है, ये नेविगेट करने का है क्या?
Honorary knight.
पत्थर
Is something the matter?
और मिशन चालू करो. क्या पत्थर कलेक्ट करो. ओके.
A stranger with an eye patch. Let me think. Oh yeah, I remember seeing someone like that. A blonde stranger dressed in unusual garb. He was wandering all over Mondstadt at first, which I found rather suspicious. So I decided to keep an eye on him for a while. I lost him pretty quickly. Still, I didn't think that this was such a huge matter that we needed our outrider to pursue him by air. As long as Master Jean is here, there's nothing to fear from some suspicious, unusual-looking person.
That might be true, but if it were up to Jean, she'd take this way more seriously.
That is true. But on the other hand, knowing that Master Jean may overreact to the situation is all the more reason to not tell her, no? Anyways, oh yeah, he was at Wagner's smithy for a while before I tried telling him. He might have said something to Wagner. You should go ask him. Maybe he has more news about our stranger.
What? You need something? Yeah, I remember him. He showed up a few days ago asking to buy a bunch of forging materials. Can't say I've heard of any of the materials he mentioned, though. He then had a look at the weapons in my shop before leaving. I've heard that he can be found drinking at the Angel's Share. If the Knights of the Guild want to get hold of him, that's the only place to be.
Angel's Share? Well, Master Diluc probably has his eye on that stranger too then. Anyway, let's go to the Angel's Share and have a look.
What will it be? Grape juice or apple cider?
Hey, Charles! Have you seen a blonde stranger who wears an eye patch around here by any chance?
That I have. He comes here every night. Just to drink, though. Doesn't order anything else. He even sometimes mixes his own drinks after he orders them. I don't know anything else about him, but from his selections and mixes, I'd say that he's quite the connoisseur.
And what's Master D-Luke's opinion?
Why, I just gave it to you. Quite the connoisseur.
Investigating everything as always. Guess that's D-Luke for you.
If you're looking for that gentleman, he ordered some new bottle of wine in advance yesterday. So he should be here today too. There's too many raucous patrons on the first floor, so if you want to wait, best to go to the second.
Go on, drink some more.
Ah, welcome, sir. The wine that you previously ordered is here.
He's really here? Let's go downstairs and have a look. Wow, he's got no intention of paying us any mind, huh?
A traveler, you say? Why are you traveling? Well, that's as good a reason as any. Sit down over there, then.
So, guess we've broken the ice. What a weird guy.
That little one beside you.
That's not true, and you know it.
It's indeed a good thing to have someone accompany you on your travels. My name's Dainsleif. I suppose you have some business with me? Sure.
And he was so cold just a moment before. Paimon's got a bad feeling about this.
But I will require advance payment. 500 mora, and 3 answered questions. The 500 is a one-time fee, and we'll settle the questions in a moment. That's it.
Well, now Paimon's got a really bad feeling. That kind of compensation can't be right.
Ah, thank you. Now, as for my questions, I'd like you to answer them here and now. The answer to a question says nothing about right and wrong, only about differences in attitude. I only wish to know what your choices are. You need only answer. Question 1. The crisis Mondstadt faced was resolved by an alliance between yourself and that Animo Archon who calls himself Venti. Who, in your view, was the key to ending that crisis? I know everything that I should. Well, answer the question. Is that your answer? I see. Question number 2. Rex Lapis, who has defended Liyue Harbor for millennia on end, used his gnosis to lay down a contract to end all contracts, of which the stipulations are still unknown. Who do you think will defend Liyue Harbor in the future, now that they've lost their deity? So that's your answer? I see. Now for my final question. This world has people who gained visions and those who did not. Which of the two do you think hold more importance in the eyes of the gods? So, this is your answer then? I understand. As I thought. You really are similar to her. I'll take that 500 mora. And now I also understand your views on this world. As we agreed, you may now commission me. That said, I only take commissions related to the Abyss Order. Like you, I am currently on a journey. You intend to find your sibling, while I wish to oppose the Abyss. Ugh. Those creatures that serve the Abyss are the fangs and claws by which the Order spreads chaos in this world. I have come to Mondstadt this time while on the trail of an Abyss Herald.
An Abyss Herald?
An even more twisted abyssal being. One that commands the Abyss Mages.
Oh, that's right! We've just been fighting against the Fatui and Liyue, who are human too! We haven't encountered the non-human Abyss Order at all!
There's some reason behind that, I'm afraid. It's possible that they may have been under orders to avoid your path.
Oh, that does sound pretty dangerous. Maybe they're looking for a better time to ambush us or something. Uh-huh! We're super duper strong!
That manner, it's just like hers. Well then, let's go see for ourselves, shall we? According to the leads I have on hand, the Abyss Order has re-infiltrated the Temple of the Falcon. Let's meet up at the temple. Perhaps your questions about the Abyss will be answered there.
का?
दुसरं आलं तर जे पहिलं करायचं ते नंतर काय?
हेच आहे ना पहिलं नुबडे.
चाइल्डचं काय करायचं होतं पहिलं?
झालं की चाइल्डचं केलं की झालं की. काय वॉटर बॉटल मारला मी. त्याशिवाय कसं आणलं खंड सांग बरं हे.
This abandoned temple does bear some marks of the Abyss. The Falcon of the West. Though it can soar in the wind, it ultimately does naught but hover under the light of the gods. Oh, it's nothing. Let's head inside.
काय भेटते का नाही.
The scent of the abyss is getting stronger. It's not far now.
Byron wonders what the Abyss Heralds look like. Do they look something like the Abyss Mages?
Let's head further in first. If we do see that creature, that'll spare me the explanation either way.
तो खेळायला भेटलं डेमोला कुठे तो ना डेमो मध्ये भेटलं का
Windblade!
Let's dance.
Boom boom!
Go, Barbara, go!
I'm fine.
I'll protect us.
Windblade!
Okay.
Let the show be.
Lupica! My Lupica!
नाही का
Windblade!
Just a few abyss mages? Seems like that herald might have already left. The abyss. It is chaos, and it is also destruction. It is a morass of inconceivable madness that encroaches upon this world's very foundations. That is why even the Dragon of the East, a servant of a deity, was unable to resist its corrosive powers. And the creatures of the Abyss desire nothing less than the overthrow of a world ruled by the Archons.
You seem to know a lot about the Abyss, Dane.
Well, we do have some history. I suppose that's as far as chit-chat goes. We should head to Wolvendom. Judging by the traces I'm following, their next appearance may be within the territory of that old wolf. Perhaps we may find our Abyss Herald there.
तर डायरेक्टली टीपी मारनी वरती पण एक टेलिपोर्टर असतो.
Well, we're in Wolfendom now. Think Dane's waiting for us up ahead? We should meet up with him quick, in case the wolves decide they don't like him.
Water
Lord of Wolvendom, great wolf king of the north. Sharp of fang and keen of claw, and yet dwelling here only. No, nor does it know me. I only know these things because a previous traveling companion of mine once wanted to hear its story. All right, let's go see if that Abyss Herald has stopped by here.
But where do we begin? Are you standing here because of these strange bonfires, Dane?
Indeed. See that? Floating above the flames? It's an abyssal spell. Knowing what I do of the Order's habits, they've probably left similar marks behind elsewhere. Let's have a look nearby. So, their reach extends here too.
राइट है तुम इधर राइट है.
Looks like the Abyss really... Yikes! Where did these monsters pop out from? Let's clear them out, and quick!
blade!
Do you think that those monsters by the bonfire are under the Abyss Order's control? Looks kinda scary. Let's beat them up first.
Keep back!
Wind blade!
That's it! Looks like this bonfire's also got something to do with the Abyss.
Have you finished searching? I searched around these parts and found some signs myself. But they were left behind by abyss mages, and there was no deeper abyssal power to them. It seems that even an abyss herald would not wish to make trouble with the Wolf King of the North. We should leave as well. If there's anything praiseworthy about that old wolf, it's his territorial nature.
But now we're out of leads. Are we going to have to give up?
No. There is one more place we can go. Let's get a move on then. I'll wait for you at Storm Terror's lair.
आता चालू केलं.
I've heard about what happened to you during Mondstadt's crisis. When you came, this place was known as Storm Terror's lair. But I suppose that this place is more lair than Storm Terror at this point. In fact, if my memory serves, this ruin has had largely nothing to do with that dragon for a long time. The first time I laid eyes upon the ruins of old Mondstadt, the Dragon of the East had yet to fall, much less come to nest in this place.
Huh? But Paimon remembers that Dvalin first got in trouble hundreds of years ago.
Don't think too much about it. Do you remember the light actuators that once sealed this ruin? If the Abyss Order is interested in this location, then they will not neglect those mechanisms. Let's go see what the situation is at those light actuators.
Look! There are lots of monsters gathered over there.
within the law. Motion to compel. I'll protect us. Oh. Come on, we can do it. Wrap up the flame. But my defense was... Let's dance!
Disappear!
Let the show begin. Incinerate! Let's dance.
Oh, so in the end, we still couldn't find that Abyss Herald. Bummer.
Okay.
I wouldn't call not having to gaze upon such a creature a shame exactly. Still, I do believe that you will come across one eventually.
No, you're right. If it's a really powerful monster, it would be best to go around it.
How good it would be if all perils one encounters in their journeys could simply be solved by going around them. Once upon a time, yes. I simply have experience from adventuring together with that traveling companion.
You know, Dane, you keep talking about that person this and that person that. Where are they now, anyway?
She... no longer travels. I'm afraid that traveling can be too exhausting at times.
Oh, is that how it is? Well, why are you traveling alone then?
I still have some things left unfinished. Once they are done, I too will return home to rest.
Yep, and it's good to have a home to come back to, isn't it? We camp out a lot when we travel. Hey, once you find your sibling, we should find a place to stay too, shouldn't we? Mondstadt's Fisherman's Toast is pretty tasty, but Liyue's Wanmin restaurant is great too. Either way, we should settle down in a place where there's good food.
Home. Well, it won't be too late to think about where you stay once your journey reaches its end. While you're still traveling, you should...
Huh? What's familiar?
I felt it the moment the purest time we came here ago.
A familiar feeling, you say? It could be someone you know well, or perhaps a monster. Whichever it is, we should see it for ourselves, and thus see clearly. We can reach the top of that cliff from over there. Let's go.
Whoa, Dane moves really fast, doesn't he? Let's use that wind current nearby to catch up. I'll protect us.
Can you still sense that familiar feeling that you spoke of earlier?
But it doesn't feel like there's anything around here. No monsters, no people, nothing.
Indeed. There doesn't seem to be anything strange about this place. It doesn't look any different from the last time I was here. My traveling companion brought me here on our previous journey.
So, Dane, what about you? What's your favorite place?
Me? I no longer remember. I merely followed my traveling companion around on that journey. That's all there was to it. Huh? A ruin guard's footprint. A ruin guard was wandering around here? No peace to be found, even for a single dandelion.
Starting.
What's gotten into you? You were just spacing out. Huh? You mean your sister? But how could that be? You only touched that dandelion for a second.
Perhaps that dandelion bears some sort of scent that only you recognize. As for why, has it perhaps experienced something related to you?
You're saying some real confusing stuff. Paimon doesn't get it at all.
Do not rush. Vexation and anxiety are the enemy of rational thought. Your journey has only just begun, has it not? At least you now know that she is still on this world. At this time, the most important thing is the journey to find her itself. Yes, and this is something you must keep in mind as the meaning behind your journey. May you find your kin at the end of that journey. Well then, let us part ways here for now.
Huh? You're leaving? Already?
Only for now. Don't worry. We will meet again. After all, I did take 500 mora and those 3 answers you gave me.
बोट मध्ये घेऊन जाते का रे आपल्याला त्या
yes.
सिटीकडे?
They have the audacity to go after anything.
कोण बी बोट मध्ये घेऊन जाते ना? ते बोट मध्ये दाखवतात कसं जातात.
The 7 dragons, gods. No ancient artifact that relates can escape their greedy ambitions. Still, this time is different. Who do they think they are, going after the Abyss Order's treasures? Oh, Traveler, it's you.
Huh? Ganyu, what are you doing here with Lan? Do you have a commission you need to post?
Hello. We were just discussing the treasure hoarders.
Yes. We were just saying how even the audacious treasure hoarders should know better than to mess with the Abyss. It's just too evil.
But we recently received intel from the Ministry of Civil Affairs that 2 big-time treasure hoarders in Liyue and Mondstadt are planning some big joint operation.
2 big-time treasure hoarders?
Yes. They're known as Big Sis of the South and Raptor of the North.
Oh, Raptor! Paimon remembers he tried to run away from Amber in Mondstadt.
You are correct. She's the head of the treasure hoarders in Liyue. As I understand it, the treasure hoarders all call her boss. Some say that the god of thieves even bestowed a gift upon her for her exploits, making her Big Sis of the gods. But that's probably just a wild rumor.
Anyway, the treasure hoarders discovered some previously unexplored ruins that the Abyss Order has been secretly guarding in the shadows. Despite how dangerous that makes it, all the treasure hoarders can think about is what kinds of treasure could be inside. They have already devised a plan. They will send out a decoy to divert the Abyss Order's forces away from the ruins, then send an expert thief inside to steal the treasure.
To this end, Big Sis and Raptor have reportedly recruited a certain Grand Thief from Fontaine.
Grand Thief? That's quite an impressive sounding title.
Oh, indeed. He is an extraordinary individual. The Grand Thief is highly respected in the treasure hoarders, in the same way that we adventurers look up to great adventurers. Ah, so you're familiar with the author of the Tevat Travel Guide, then? Correct. The Grand Thief is someone as renowned as her. So, despite being relative big-timers in Liyue and Mondstadt, Big Sis and Raptor had to put in a lot of work to convince a thief of his status to come and personally oversee this operation.
With the major changes in Liyue recently, the Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Millelith already have their hands full. They don't have any time to investigate rumors about treasure hoarder activity. But anything related to the Abyss makes me feel like there is some unknown danger lurking beneath the surface. So I decided to come to the Adventurers Guild to post a commission.
Leave this commission to us.
Oh, thank you so much.
Good to see this in the hands of a reliable guild member. Well then, good luck. The guild will take care of the details of this commission.
तुझे लेवल का है? तुझे लेवल का है? गाली का हेल्प करेंगे।
Ice lock to recommendation by.
Always playing this game. Bro, आज 12 बजे आ जा। 12 बजे ही बोल रहा है। 12 बजे नहीं किया स्ट्रीम तो रात बजे आ जा। आज रात को वैलोरेंट खेलने वाला बस इसलिए सुबह खेल रहे हैं गेम। अब तो खुश है ना?
There are signs of treasure hoarder activity here. They must have come to these ruins. Let's go deeper inside. Paimon sure hopes Ganyu's information is reliable. There aren't many guards here. Looks like their plan to draw away the Abyss Order's forces really worked.
खातिर स्टैक है आपके डॉग की बात करते हैं सर आप सबसे बड़े नूब हो ओके ओके सर किधर जाना है लाइक करो यार लाइक करो गाइस व्हाट आर यू डूइंग ब्रो स्टैक कर रखना मत
More signs that a treasure hoarder was here.
Huh?
This should be the right direction. But why does it feel stranger and stranger as we make it deeper into these ruins? Be careful now.
I cannot come at 12. I have class. It will finish at 1:20. तो रात को खेलने वाला मैं रात को 6 बजे देखा है बबल Not 6 PM I have class अरे कितने क्लास है उधर है खाली कुठे कुठे काय
This looks like a person. Could it be the Grand Thief? Why is he in that
I am
position?
free after 2
Is he praying to
PM
something?
to after 8 PM तो 8 बजे आ जा
That's...
अरे स्टैचू ऑफ यूनिटी
Why is the
8 बजे
statue
आ
of the
जा
seven
8
hanging
बजे
upside down? And the statue's hands. Paimon
Nope,
remembers
I am
they're
free
normally
after
holding
2
an
PM
orb,
and
right?
after 8 PM
But this statue is holding... What is that? Paimon has a really bad feeling about this.
8 बजे चलेगा
And the Grand Thief hasn't moved an inch. Do you think he's... Hello? Are you okay, mister?
I have to go I have classes to go on okay लाइक करके जाना यार
Paimon doesn't feel so good. Let's get out of here and fast.
लाइक करो
We should
यार
report back to Ganyu and Lon.
इसे बिना लाइक करके मत जाना
Now what? We can't stay here. Quick, run!
स्टैचू उल्टा का है इधर लाल एंडिंग ला पर अरे का आता तिघांपासून कसं वाचायचं
Let the show begin.
आता इथं कसं वाचायचं तू सांग ना.
साईडला जायचं तिकडं आता एका ह्याच्यामध्ये झालं रे
माझं बी चालतं नुबडे ते एंडिंगला घाण झाली ना येत नाही का ते अरे मग तर आलत नशीब त्याच्यावर पाय दिला नव्हता
I'll protect us.
अरे इजी ठीक है का नाही त्याच्यावर वजन दिल्यावर जात ते ये
Let's dance.
You cannot spy on the secrets of the Abyss. You have come as
An abyss herald?
Dane, did he send you here to die? His resistance against the Abyss has gone nowhere for a long time. There is nothing you can do to change the tide. The Abyss is unstoppable.
What is this power? Pirates never seen it before. Careful, please don't get cocky.
It's a roar!
ऐसी काय गरज आहे मारते चिकन भी संपलोय त्याचं काय करायचंय
Let's dance.
Windblade!
This power, it
पूर्ण
seems
मारायचंच म्हणजे
familiar. I see. So it's you. You are the one. In that case, I shall stay here no longer.
गेला.
What a tough battle! Are you okay?
सर आपसे
Such a strong
आप
enemy!
सबसे बड़े नूब
Who
हो.
knew the Abyss Order had monsters this powerful among them? Huh? What is it? What are you thinking about?
Oh, the ear.
Oh, right, yeah! We're near the exit now. Let's get out of this scary place before something even more dangerous shows up.
बिना ट्रेजर के.
So, we meet again. A little sooner than I had expected.
विदाउट ट्रेजर लीव करतो तिथं.
Hey, it's Dane!
Judging by your expression, it seems you just experienced something quite strange. Could it be that you encountered an Abyss Herald in those ruins?
Huh? How did you know that?
I've been on the Abyss Herald's trail. I didn't expect to find you here as well. An inverted statue of the Seven, holding abyssal power in its hands. No, I have never seen such a thing during my time fighting the Abyss, though I have had my suspicions. Tell me the rest of what happened in there. So you escaped the ruin depths filled with abyssal power, and then?
And then, as we got close to the exit, an Abyss Herald suddenly appeared and blocked our way! We fought a big battle with that thing. Maybe it hasn't gotten too far yet.
Yes, this is a rare opportunity indeed. Come, let's catch up to it.
Let's go! A rare opportunity? With Dane helping out, maybe we'll be able to solve more mysteries about the Abyss!
उड़ाने लगे. अरे हीलर हील नाही करत पटापट. अजून का नको खोदते.
फर्स्ट वाला कुक कर फर्स्ट वाला कुक कर. हाँ
एकच चिकन.
आता ते रिवाइज आहे ते वरचं बनव 3rd नंबर वाला.
तेवढे बनवून काय करतो. 1 स्टारचे आहे ते.
1 स्टार नाही एक आहे आता टाकल्यावर 30 हेल्थ वाढती एकदा खाल्ल्यावर. बघ तिथं 30 सेकंड में 30 360 सेकंड. काय करणार आहे बॅटल पासची डेव्हलप करून सांग.
370 MS आहे आज माझी.
Nice.
विशेष
होय.
क्या करत नाही है?
Rabbit!
कितना अच्छे ना? Character अच्छे में जो character अंदर.
Today.
दूसरा नंबर. जैसे पागल होते हैं.
ये
कोणते
एवढे कॅरेक्टर आहेत का टोटल?
हे भेटला नाही होय तुला हवाला?
हा
अच्छा.
हा नाही.
आज लय भेटले.
हे दर्शनचं
हा घेऊन जातो माहिती आहे. हा पण त्या ह्याच्यामध्ये जास्त का त्या बोट मध्ये जास्त ती घेऊन जाते ना त्याच्या बोट मध्ये
चाइल्ड भी है
तेव्हा मला सगळे भेटतील इथले.
एवढी पिंक आहे.
Never go adventuring on an empty stomach.
हट.
Display capture.
रोबोट भी है का तिथं? काय डोक्याला त्रास आहे.
Boom boom!
Windblade!
Those abyss mages just now. Were they trying to ambush us?
No. They were just digging through these abandoned ruin guards looking for something of value.
Oh, is that so? The Traveler here seems to like doing that a lot, too. Looking for chaos devices, chaos circuits, you know, that kind of stuff.
They wouldn't be searching for such ordinary objects. In fact, I was nearby investigating precisely because abyss mages often come out from that ruin to explore. They seem to be searching the remains of ruin guards for a certain valuable object to take back to the ruins. However, they look disappointed, so it would seem they haven't found it yet.
Well then, why didn't you grab one of them just now and ask what they were up to?
I certainly don't mean to be merciful towards these monsters of the abyss, but I have a feeling that their plan with this object is of major importance to the entire Abyss Order. One cannot discover the truth behind it through interrogation. Or rather, These abyss mages likely fear something else much more than they do a painful interrogation.
Paimon is...
All right, we shouldn't waste too much time here.
Let the show begin. Let's dance.
Inadmissible evidence!
Windblade! Disappear! Get back!
I'll protect us. Pink! Oh no! Oh, hi. Boy, has everyone stopped singing. Wow! Besides the Abyss Order, Ruin Guards sure are active around here. Seems wherever we find an Abyss Mage hideout, there's often a bunch of Ruin Guards roaming around too. Is that just a coincidence? Or...
There are no coincidences in the world. Everything is the fruit of seeds planted long ago. Just like your appearance in that tavern. Time is just waiting for those seeds to sprout. Forget it. Just some needless musings. The connection between the Abyss Order and the Ruin Guards is by no means incidental. Rather, they are both branches that have grown out and up from the same roots below.
branches? Roots? What do you mean exactly?
Both originate from an ancient nation that was destroyed 500 years ago. Khaenri'ah.
Huh? Khaenri'ah? Really? The Abyss Order and Ruin Guards are left over from after the destruction of that nation? Oh, speaking of Khaenri'ah, that's really a super ancient name! Oh, right. As your guide, Paimon should explain a bit here. A long time ago, the nation of Khaenri'ah was...
किती वाजता
Huh?
किती वाजता विचारलं ना नीट मी
You have memories of being there. But that nation was destroyed 500 years ago.
Is that so? Well, everyone has their secrets. You did not pry into mine, so I shall not pry into yours. But if you would like to tell me, I will listen. So, the Kanria you saw, what was it like?
So that's the complete story, huh?
कोणची स्टोरी
I thought
सांगितली?
that you ran into that unknown god first.
Huh?
I see. So your first memory after coming to this world was being awoken by your sister from within that meteorite.
It seems your sister woke up first. But the question is, how long before you?
And then your sister told you that the destruction of Kanria plunged the whole world into chaos, and that you two should leave this world called Tevat?
The destruction of Conria? She said that?
That destruction you witnessed, that's history from 500 years ago. It seems the first time you awoke in this world was indeed during that period.
Huh. So your sister must have understood this world better than you did, because she woke up first.
And it was shortly after that that you encountered an unknown god who blocked your path, so you couldn't escape.
Oh, Paimon knows this part really well.
I understand. When you awoke at that time and hurriedly tried to leave for another world, you didn't know anything about Kanria. But now, since you have come to gain some understanding of Tevat, you are able to guess that the war you witnessed all those years ago must be the war that ended Kanria. Am I right?
Ah, if that's the case, you must have been flipping through all sorts of books during our adventure these past few months. Before going to Mondstadt, you had just looked at some vague materials. Later, we managed to gather a whole bunch of old books from all around Mondstadt and Liyue, but you told Paimon they were useless. So, the whole time you were just trying to learn more about Conria so you could find your sister? Oh, yeah! You can travel around the 7 nations to find the 7. But where can you go to find a nation that was destroyed 500 years ago?
I probably know more about Kanria than both of you. Kanria was a nation without a god. Not because it had a god that died or abandoned them, but because it never had a god to begin with. It was a powerful nation, built purely by humans. An unprecedented, flourishing, and glorious civilization. It was the pride of humankind.
A nation without a god?
Later events unfolded just as you remember. It was all destroyed by gods.
You mean that...
500 years ago, the gods descended upon the world and brought desolation to Kanria. The pride of humankind was uprooted and crushed, like a weed removed from the garden of the gods.
How could that be? The history books don't say anything about that.
Yes, well, continuing to discuss the past now will only dampen our spirits. Let's keep moving. I will tell you more of what you want to know as we continue our search.
हा प्लेयर कुठे आहे रे बुटक्या? हा ओय, हा प्लेयर कुठे आहे? मला काय ढासला मग? कुठे आहे? कुठे
आणि येतो प्लेयर.
यायचं आहे का तो का नाही येतो? प्लेयरच नाही येतो. पुढच्या अपडेट मध्ये नवीन प्लेयर येणार आहेत ना? होय शाळेत खरं बिजलीची पॉवर आणि पाण्याची पॉवर होती.
Understood.
काय करायचं ते एवढंच आहे का? कुठे दुसरं अजून एवढंच होतं. कुठं किती भेटते?
Over here! Don't waste my time. Submit! Going. It's nothing.
काय गप बस तू जावा.
Your life is mine.
With the wind!
कोणी गेलं का?
Let me amuse myself a little.
Don't waste my time.
You can't run from death.
The suns shine no longer.
5 भेटले फक्त का? 10 भेटले पाहिजे ना. गोल्ड होतं ना पण ते. दहा भेटले पाहिजे ना पण. पण ते ज्याच्याने आपल्याला ते भेटतं ते 10 भेटले पाहिजे होतं ना. सिल्वर मध्ये 5 भेटत. का? Hello sir, can I play with you? Yes bro, you can play with me. लेकिन आप भी नहीं, मैं मिशन कर रहा है अब भी. थोड़ी देर में आ जाओ, मिशन होने के बाद कॉप खेलेंगे। ऐड कर लो मेरे को, नीचे यूआईडी है और नाम बताओ मेरे को ना, क्या क्या है तो मैं एक्सेप्ट कर सकता हूँ। मोबाइल है, पीसी पीसी पीसी।
Over there! It's more ruin guards and abyss mages. Dane was just saying how these ancient machines are from Conria. So, did Conria have a lot of ruins that needed to be guarded?
No. Ruin Guard is the name modern people have given these machines. No one called them that 500 years ago. These Ruin Guards were known as Field Tillers by the people of Conria.
Field Tillers? What a strange name.
Like career, by look.
It's not like you think. Field Tiller was just a code name. The people of Conria like to give code names to their weapons. The land is not to be tilled with farming tools, but rather is to be fought for with steel and blood. This is how the Field Tiller came about.
Fought for with steel and blood? Well, that's an interesting way of understanding tilling. Paimon doesn't think it's a very positive interpretation.
After the destruction of Conria, these masterless field tillers went completely out of control. They wandered aimlessly over the centuries, gradually spreading to every corner of Tevat, perhaps resonating with the sorrow of other civilizations lost to time. They found their way to various ruins across the land, where they lie dormant.
Eldrag, क्या? Eldrag, Eldrag.
So sad.
नाम है क्या तुम्हारा?
Once you understand more, those details won't mean much to you. But no matter their past, all that remains of them now is the danger they pose. So destroy them all.
Windblade!
रुक जा फाइट होने के बाद एक्सेप्ट
I taste blood.
Replica flame!
अरे कौन सी पावर है?
This is not the
ऐसे होती रहा माया कड़ा.
Incinerate! Give up!
waste my time.
आपसे बड़ा नॉब नहीं देखा मैंने. Raj Chopra नॉब. Don't worry, bro.
Huh? This abyss maze dropped a talisman. Could it be a communication of some kind?
This talisman seems connected to the Abyss Herald. But why would an Abyss Mage be carrying it? Perhaps it really does contain information about their operation.
But Paimon can't read the writing on it.
Engulf the
किया क्या नहीं यार,
faith of an
public,
enemy in
करो यार.
flame, and bring
हेलो,
glory
अभी
to her
एक like
highness,
गायब हो
the
रही.
princess.
Why?
What?
बारह
Is that
like
what it
no
says?
like okay. What is this?
Loom of Fate, initial operation. They, the Abyss, seem to be carrying out a large operation. The key word here is Loom of Fate. It seems like they are still launching the operation, or rather, are still conducting preliminary tests.
Loom of Fate? What's that? Is it literally a fate-weaving machine? From the horrible feeling Paimon's been getting, those eerie ruins are super likely to be related to this fate-weaving operation. So, Dane, what message does this
It's
talisman
like more.
contain?
साले किधर गए like इतने?
I'm
सारे?
reading it now.
3-4 like गायब हो गए इससे.
An ambitious operation. But some parts are difficult to understand.
चलो sir, I'm back.
How so?
Multiplayer खेले.
In short,
साले
the
mission
first
करने
phase
का है
of the
मेरे
plan
को.
is related to
Multiplayer.
Osile,
शाम को.
Overlord of the Vortex.
The Overlord of the Vortex? You mean that god in the ocean? What do they want with Osile?
I know of your past heroics regarding Dvalin, and I also know of the Abyss Order's role in the Storm Terror incident. Though you may not have been aware of it at the time, you were thwarting an Abyss Order operation similar to this one.
Last time it was Venti's old friend. This time it's a huge ancient god. The Abyss Order keeps setting their sights higher and higher. Will the Abyss Order use their lies and dark magic to corrupt Osile, just as they did Dvalin?
No. From the contents of the talisman, this operation goes one step further. They won't just corrupt Osile's mind. They also plan to use the ancient technology behind the field tillers to completely transform Osile's body.
Is that even possible? So wait, the Abyss Order wants to make some sort of cybernetic squid god of mass destruction?
Very few people today truly understand the civilization of Khanria. Though, of course, the accuracy of that understanding itself is difficult to judge. Only the Abyss Order has consistently sought out the remnants of Khanria. Despite being far from human, they seek out this lost human civilization quite persistently. The talisman's message states that they will use the defiled statue as a base, attaching Osile's limbs to construct a mechanized god. And the new core that shall replace the orb usually held by the statue of the Seven is the eye of the very first field tiller.
The eye of the very first field tiller? Oh, Paimon gets it! All those Abyss mages are looking for the special eye, right?
It would seem so.
साले story mode
This
करने
whole
कह रहे
thing
मेरे
keeps
को.
getting more complicated. But basically, it all has to do with that eerie statue of the Seven we saw, right?
Yes. According to the talisman, the eye should be placed in the hands of the defiled statue, thereby imbuing the newly born god with the power to topple the
Oh boy, the Abyss Order sure isn't holding back with this plan. Since no one knows where the first field tiller is, how about we take the information about the statue as the starting point for our investigation? Yeah, that tone-deaf bard is too difficult to
मेरे
track
को
down
torture mission
anyway.
बाकी है
Let's go to the
करने को।
cathedral first and ask around.
करना।
Maybe we'll learn something.
क्यों नहीं
The
कर रहा?
cathedral.
Huh? What's the matter, Dane?
Nothing. Let's get moving.
कैसा नूब है रे तू मिशन नहीं कर रहा?
Wish me luck.
कर रहा हूँ सर। ओके सर। लाइक करो यार गाइज। हेलो हेलो लाइक गायब हो रहे हैं यार।
A huge statue, a grandiose cathedral. The people of Mondstadt clearly spent a great deal of resources and energy to construct them. But how aware of this was the Animal Archon on receiving this gift? And how much did he give back in return?
Faith doesn't ask for anything in return, though, does it?
As long as the gods have a clear conscience about it all, there's nothing I can say about it.
Shh! We're about to enter the cathedral! Don't say anything bad about the Animal
आ
Archon!
जाओ सर।
And actually, the Animal
थोड़ी देर
Archon
में
is...
आता है।
Never mind.
I never specifically said I would enter the cathedral. I'll leave you two to mingle with the sisters.
Huh?
You are the honorary knight of Mondstadt. They will surely allow you to poke into these affairs with their utmost trust. Having me tag along would only make them suspicious. Correct. And just as our little friend said, I might say something bad about the church at any time. When a non-believer steps onto holy ground, the result is never pretty. I have never received the favor of the gods in the past. I don't see any reason I would need it now, or in the future either. That's enough about that. While we've been chit-chatting, the Abyss Order continues to act.
Okay, then we'll just go in ourselves and ask around.
I should warn you about one thing. Don't go mentioning the defiled statue inside the cathedral. The Church of Favonius wouldn't ignore the matter of the statue. But if they rashly tried anything against the Abyss Order, it would only ruin whatever element of surprise we may have. Also, meddling in the affairs of the Abyss usually doesn't end well for anyone.
एक मिनट भाई लोग।
ट्वीट करना इतना क्या करते? हाँ। Not
एक मिनट रुको भाई लोग। किसी की नहीं है ज़्यादा। जीवनचं माहिती आहे का? कोणचं आहे ह्याचं काय? हे
काय गरज होती का? परत केलं का?
साइन का ना राहते काय चूते.
कॅन्सल कर. काय 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 करायची गरज होता?
नो स्क्रीन. हाँ एक मिनट. एक मिनट बस मैं सेटिंग कर रहा रे. काय
कपडे घालायचे माझं काम नाही. सकाळपासून उठवलंय 7 वाजता. मी नाही करणार. नॉट नाव.
हे काय?
4-5 टाक कपडे ते पुढे.
तूच टाक.
मेरा टाइम तेरा मिलते का साइन नट करेंगे.
चिकन झाला आता काय करू? जीवनचं माहिती आहे का? टाक. काय noob आहे रे. सोड नंतर दे. एक मिनिट भाई लोग. आठ लाइक कसके भाई लोग. 8 लाइक बस कैसे? दिस इज नॉट फेयर यार. सुबह से डिसलाइक हो रहा है क्या? नॉट फेयर यार. ऐसे अभी आएगा. देख अभी आएगा. मैंने किया ठीक.
Honorary Knight! Hi, how have you been?
Honorary
Do you need
Knight.
anything today?
Hey.
हो गया क्या
But
ठीक
I
ब्रो?
should first make it clear that if you need to borrow the Holy Lyre to Hermel again, we cannot oblige.
It seems she hasn't realized it's just an illusion. Oh, we're here to ask some questions about something. Barbara, have you heard about the first field tiller?
What's that? Field tiller. What does it do?
Of course you wouldn't know anything about that. Okay, next question. Has the church ever lost a statue of the Seven?
Huh? You're here to ask about that old story? Well, I didn't expect that. That was such a long time ago, barely anyone mentions it nowadays. A long time ago, there was indeed one statue of the Seven that disappeared one night without a trace. Nearly every member of the church joined the search for it, but it was never found. In the church's records, as you might assume, this incident has been called the lost statue of the Seven.
Of course!
Of course?
Nothing? So do you have any other clues? Paimon means
स्टोरी मोड
any
करते
other
दिसत नाही का
stories? Sorry, Barbara.
मुलगीला घेतला असते एवढं घ्यायचं असतं ते स्टोरी मोड करते जरा कळत नाही का
It's for your own good.
Other strange stories? I'm not sure. Let me think about what other unusual incidents are in the church's records. Oh, the tyrant's final fury? No, that's from another time. Probably unrelated.
The tyrant's final fury?
Oh, this refers to a time of great danger that engulfed old Mondstadt, the place now known as Storm Terror's lair. Many, many years ago, there was a time when balls of fire would rain from the sky whenever anyone approached old Mondstadt.
Balls of fire raining from the sky? How terrifying!
People at that time believed it was a curse laid down by the god of storms, so they referred to it as the tyrant's final fury. This strange phenomenon continued for about a year. No one was ever able to solve it. It just gradually ceased on its own. Right. Later, the theory of the tyrant's final fury became less probable in the eyes of the church. Common reasoning dictates that the god of storms wouldn't shoot fireballs. Perhaps it was something else that caused the disaster. Anyway, this incident might not be related to the lost statue of the Seven, but I just can't think of any other strange incidents that might be.
It's okay. Thanks anyway.
There's that pointless word, thank you, again. I can never get used to hearing it.
Oh, Rosaria, it's you.
If you're looking for the Knights of Favonius, they're busy with those monsters again.
Those monsters?
Those monsters that tried to attack Mondstadt last time during the Storm Terror incident?
Wasn't that the Abyss Order? They're at it again?
Indeed. They're gathering in Wolvendom, causing great unrest among the wolves. Could it be that the Abyss Order is targeting the spirit of Lupus Boreas? As for what purpose, I can't say for certain. Master Jean has already headed off to Wolvendom. I must also begin to make a move myself.
Then I will go as well.
Master Jean said you should stay at the church and continue your work with the clergy.
But you're also a member of the clergy.
Right. We'll go give Master Jean a hand.
Oh, okay. If the honorary knight will be there, then... But please, everyone, be careful. May the Animal Archon protect you all.
$50 level. What the heck?
I see. Has the Abyss Order already launched a new operation?
अरे क्या करूँ आके मेरे को बता तो सही Discord आके क्या करूँ?
This could very well have something to do with the defiled statue. We should go as well.
But what is the Abyss Order going to Wolvendom for anyway? Are they looking to do the same as they did with Dvalin? Not again!
No, that's not likely. Unlike Osile, who was just suppressed, Andreas died long ago. Today, it is just his spirit that stands guard over Wolvendom. The Abyss Herald may just be targeting the spirit of Andreas in an attempt to garner some information from one of the Animo Archon's old companions.
बाद में खेलते हैं ना मल्टी
Don't underestimate the enemy. Let's take them now.
Let's dance.
लेवल कितना है सर 28
Windblade!
There sure are a lot of enemies around here.
The closer we get to the target, the more enemies there are. Fits the Abyss Order's style.
Me 32
Yeah, let's go!
I'm not going any further.
Huh? Why not? Is it because you're afraid of fluffy animals?
It has nothing to do with wolves. It's because Boreas was an ancient god, yet he willingly became a servant of the Seven. I cannot possibly agree with his actions. I don't desire any interaction with him. Besides, you're the one people like. I'm less likable. There's nothing special about gods anyway. It's just my opinion, but a word of advice. Always be on your guard when around gods. You shouldn't place too much trust in them. But at the same time, don't go too far in the opposite direction. Don't go trying to overthrow them or hunt them down. Even if the god in question is your sworn enemy.
Don't trust them and don't hunt them. That's some awkward advice. Does Dane hate the Seven, or is he protecting them?
Lest I repeat the failings of my forebears, I will tell you one final fact.
Huh? What fact?
The destruction of the nation of Kanria by the gods is the reason the Abyss Order now seeks to destroy the nations watched over by the Seven. Well, enough chit-chat. We should get back to business. I will go take care of the remaining Abyss Order members in the area. Try and keep your visit with Boreas brief. Afterward, let's meet at the entrance to Wolvendom.
Up, there he goes. What a strange man. Yeah, that's true. You also keep your guard up against unfamiliar gods. At the Rite of Dissension in Liyue, your decision was very similar to what Dane would do. Not the easiest situation.
Honorary Knight, Paimon, what are you two doing here?
Oh, Master Jean! So glad we found you. Rosaria told us that you came here to fight the Abyss Order, so we came to help.
Then your help is greatly appreciated. The Abyss Order's sudden offensive is very strange. They have surrounded Wolvendom. I am preparing to send out some knights to fight back. I just scouted out all of Wolvendom, but I did not see you. Rosaria told me that the Abyss Order is going after Boreas. But the Abyss Order and Boreas... what is the connection between them?
They just like to cause trouble. Do they really need a reason? The Abyss Order already went after Dvalin. It's not too surprising that they would also go after another one of the Animal Archon's buddies.
That is true. Regardless, whether the reason behind the present threat is clear or not, I will handle the situation. Honorary Knight, please go and check if Lupus Boreas is in any danger. This god's spirit... he does not often see people, but I hear that you have met him before. Maybe it is best that you are also the one to meet him this time. Okay, be careful. Thank you for your help, Honorary Knight of Favonius.
कशाला पाहिला पाणी नाही मरत no need रे
can move it. काय वापरायचं
म्हणूनच मूव येतो
रेंट वाढले नाही आणि पुढं
वुल्फच्या इथं काय करतोय
तिथंच मारायचे
वुल्फ नाही कसं काय
Look! Over there, it's Razor! And the Abyss Herald!
You, not welcome here!
So, the wolf's wretched spirit likes to raise wild pups now. You claim to be a guardian, yet your once sharp claws have clearly dulled since your days of godly glory. If you serve us, we can restore your divine powers you once held in the past. Lies. Lies.
What the heck is this ceremony? He looks like he's in a lot of pain. Oh no! Is this the same thing they did to corrupt Dvalin's mind?
Wolves never surrender! But this can't go on.
No matter how many times you resist us, your efforts are all in vain.
Go, Barbara!
रे इधर तू क्या काहीतरी कर
Windblade!
Time for your arraignment!
अरे गप रे जरा किरकिर बंद करतो का?
Let the show begin.
Windblade!
Kau balis naman. अरे कसला डॅमेज आहे. अरे चक्रबाई.
Let's dance.
Boom!
Hey, cheating. Asal na? Hey.
Windblade!
Let the show begin.
Power three टाकू दे. झालं एवढंच होय. शिल्ड तोडायची.
The ceremony was interrupted. How
Can I play
fortunate
with you?
for you.
बाद में खेल रहे सर ये एंड आइस. आप रहने दो सर. मैंने इसको वन हिट में मार दिया था. ओ भाई यू सो प्रो. यस ब्रो आई एम सो प्रो. स्टार्टिंग ब्रो. साले नूबड़े एक हिट में मारा था. ये एक हिट का भी बंदा नहीं. दर्शन से भी एक हिट में नहीं मरेंगे.
How does an old spirit have such determined will? No matter. This is but a small unforeseen variable. Our grand scheme will not be affected.
पळून गेला परत.
It disappeared again.
हा कधी मारणार आहे. ऍटलीस्ट स्टॉप.
Thank you. You came. Just in time.
Human Lupercal. I am ashamed that you must see me in my present state. But still, the Abyss Herald underestimated my strength.
Lupus Boreas never refuses trial, but scary outsider, not respect trial rules. I too didn't see the trap.
Right.
मेरे पास
So
4
you
आर्ट था,
mean the Abyss Order had
4 प्रो मारा,
everything
तो
prepared to corrupt
एक में
Lupus
मर
Boreas's
जाएंगे।
mind,
चुप रहे
then
नोब।
lured him out under the pretense of challenging him in a trial?
Thank you. In the future, my claws
First time तो 1
must get
मरते.
sharper. You
Second time
smelled danger and came here?
No, we heard about the danger. Paimon's nose doesn't even know what danger smells like. Besides coming to help, we actually have something to ask you about too. Excuse us, Mr. Wolf God. Do you know anything about the first field tiller?
Thank you.
I
Sir,
pay no
subscribe के
heed
साथ
to the
नहीं खेलते।
contraptions of humans.
राहुल, ए चुप
I
रहे
know
नोब।
not what
स्टोरी
this
मोड खेल रहे रे
field
मैं, तो
tiller
इस कैसे खेलूं बोल अभी मेरे को।
Though there was indeed one human-made machine that I can never forget.
You are breaking my heart. अरे बोला ना 8 बजे यार।
It entered into my proving ground by accident, and I mistook it for a challenger. But it could not think, only fight. It was designed as a pure killing machine from top to bottom.
50 बाप रे।
I eventually damaged it greatly with one of my attacks. Before it fell to the ground, it fled the proving ground.
By the sounds of it, it's possible that could have been the very first field tiller, right?
Can we?
Yes, it could spin, leap high into the air, and even shoot fireballs. Although no match for a god, it was stronger than even many who wield visions.
का पूरा दिल इतने जल्दी टूट जाता है कि क्या कर सकते हैं? Can we play at 2 p.m?
Anyway,
Can't say bro, 2 बजे मेरे को जाने का है मतलब एक 2 बजे मेरे को जाने का है रे बाहर।
The first one was way stronger than the mass-produced ruin guards that came after. But in this story,
लेकिन
it was
8 बजे
damaged
फिक्स
at
है।
the proving ground while fighting the wolf of the north.
Don't know. But did we help?
Yes, you were a big help. Thanks. We need to keep investigating something super important. The Abyss Herald may have left, but the Abyss's forces are still attacking. You two be careful.
8 बजे
Yes,
फिक्स।
I smell more danger. Bigger danger. You too. Also, be careful.
Well, there was some good
जाना
intel.
पप्पाच्या अजून शिव्या खायच्या तुला माधव पण खाऊ जा तिकडे वोल्फला मारू का आताच नीट झालं ना आता तो आचला ना भड्या डैमेज का मिस्त्री है होते डैमेज होते बाय बाय ब्रो
वीक मध्ये एकदाच मारता येतं त्याला
मारून झालं आमचं
मी पण मारलं
Dang, there you are! Did you see Master Jean?
I saw her, but purposely avoided her. As both the Lion Fang Knight and acting Grand Master, she naturally would have some reservations towards me. If I'm not careful, one day I may find myself becoming the object of one of her investigations. But back to the matter at hand. I defeated some of the Abyss forces, but wasn't able to gather any information. Did you have more success? I see. Well then, we can more or less figure out where the first field tiller ended up.
Huh? Really? the Lupus Boreas story?
That information combined with a more comprehensive analysis. For example,
OnlyFans पे
the
stream करो,
old
कैसे
story
करते हो?
you told me you heard in the cathedral.
Game audio कम करो.
Exactly. The strange story told to you by that young
Kaiko!
sister, long mistaken to be a curse rained down by a deceased tyrant.
Ah, Paimon gets it. So the tyrant's final fury was really just missiles fired from the field tiller after it ran from Wolvendom. After it was damaged in the fight with the Wolf of the North, it must have wandered into the ruins of Old Mondstadt and stayed there.
Fans पे नहीं कर सकते ना.
Whenever anyone got close,
आपकी आवाज नहीं आती.
pew, boom! It would
Okay.
fire a ton of missiles at them. Until one day, it finally broke down for good, and the fireballs stopped raining
Okay.
from the sky.
Please like and subscribe.
The people of Mondstadt hadn't seen many ruin
Sorry,
guards
I like-
before, so they came to interpret it as the tyrant's final fury.
It looks like we need to make a trip to Storm Terror's lair and comb the entire area. What do you mean?
Huh? You mean... Oh, Paimon remembers too! We saw that abandoned ruin guard sitting
Tikde
atop
जाऊन
the tower
काढना.
when we went there before. Can't forget something like that.
मत करो, like and subscribe कर देना. आई.
This is it, right? Okay then, use your elemental sight to look for the eye. Ooh, so what did you see? Huh? Nothing? Oh, but Paimon was so excited. What's going on? Are you sure you did it right?
This requires another method. Using elemental sight on a field tiller is of no use because it is not powered by the elements. Let me give it a try.
Dislike क्या और unsub बंद कर रहे रखा है. What the fuck? Story
And
mode
done.
OP है sir. I completely all of it.
The very thing the Abyss Herald has been seeking all along. The eye of the first field tiller. All
Ain't
of the
the
ruin
complete
guards
kiya tune,
today
bro?
are just replicas of this machine. As the prototype, its combat capability was unrestricted.
Prototype? Oh, Paimon doesn't know that word. Is it another ancient term from Conria?
As the Abyss Order has surmised, if this eye is placed in the hands of the defiled statue, and if the limbs of Osiel, Overlord of the Vortex, are attached to the statue, there you have a mechanized god. And this newly born god will have the power to topple the divine thrones of
अभी आगे की
Celestia.
स्टोरी का न्यू अपडेट में आएगी क्या? तब तक के लिए पूरी खत्म की है तूने?
Yes.
Then, what should we do with this eye?
No. I'll guard it myself.
Huh? You? Dane? You won't go and do anything crazy with it, will you?
You may doubt me if you wish, but I must ensure it does not fall into the wrong hands. No matter where we may hide it, they will find it. And as for the Church of Favonius, well, you know I don't trust them.
क्या? I don't get it.
Oh, right.
But our work isn't done yet. To avoid any further repercussions, we must also take care of that defiled statue. We can't have the church get involved. Let's handle it ourselves. As for what I mean by take care of it, naturally I mean to completely destroy it.
Destroy it? That's a statue of the Seven! As well as being a really important cultural relic, they're actually divine too! Well, good thing we didn't tell Barbara earlier. Otherwise she'd be going completely bonkers right now!
Do the Seven really expect me to help them look after what belongs to them? Let's go back to those ruins and destroy the inverted statue. If we are lucky, we will also run into that Abyss Herald. I'll make sure it doesn't get away this time.
मतलब तेरी गेम कंप्लीट हो गई? तेरी गेम कंप्लीट हो गई ब्रो मतलब? ये अपडेट में नया आएगा अभी गेम। ये क्या बकचोदी है? यस क्या अच्छा अपडेट में नया टाइप के कैरेक्टर और नई जगह आएगी और स्टोरी मोड नहीं आएगा क्या? ये स्टोरी खत्म हो गई उधर ही जिधर तक तेरे भैया मतलब ये जो राहुल है उसकी। साले मेरे को ये राहुल पे डाउट आ रहा अभी। राहुल और ये जो मेहुल है वो ये एक ही बंदा है, मेरे को समझ में आ रहा है। आएगा स्टोरी। इंजुमा सिटी अभी तक बहन नहीं मिली इसको। नहीं सर राहुल और मैं अलग अलग है। चुप रे नूब।
So after all that running around, we end up right back here again. Look at us. We barely escaped this place last time, and now we're strolling right back in. Gee, surely we must be some of the bravest adventurers in all of Teyvat. That or the stupidest. To get to that creepy statue, we just need to follow the path we used to escape last time. That should take us right to it. Yep, that'll work. Let's go, and remember to be on your guard.
Looks like we're
अगर मेरे को
here.
रखना होता नाम तो प्रिया ठाकुर रखा का। यस नूब आपको ट्रोल करता। मैं ऑल्सो साले पहले ही सुनीता ठाकुर आके गई है, अब ये राहुल ठाकुर, अभी बाद में क्या सुनीता ठाकुर, सॉरी प्रिया ठाकुर। ऐसा नूब है रे।
An eerie, lifeless, dark chamber.
Okay,
I understand the evil aura you were describing earlier. Be careful to not be overwhelmed by the power of the defiled statue. The Abyss Herald. It's here.
You sense correctly. You are just as vexatious as ever, Dane's
फिर से बर्फ नहीं लिया
enemy
मैंने.
of the Abyss. I sense your soul is stained by terrible bloodshed, perhaps from your darkest nightmares, unless... Oh, and something far more dangerous. You reek of a corruption familiar to me. Then we are the same. We're both dangerous. But dangers from outside of the Abyss Order must be caught and caged.
It is your words that forever reek of corruption. Time to silence you!
कोई तो याद दिलाता बर्फ लेने का था फिर से.
Wrath of the flame! Motion to compel!
With the wind!
Ultimate bro.
Let's dance!
Wind blade!
Motion to compel! Objection!
Oi, 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 oi.
All right, you perish.
Solo second cooldown. Okay, bye.
The world will fall.
Windblade!
The world will fall.
Time for your arraignment!
Let the show begin.
Yikes!
The end is nigh. Tide. The world will fall. The end is nigh. The end will come.
Let's dig.
फिर कुत्ती करने यार
The world will fall. The
Incinerate!
end is nigh.
Windblade!
The world will fall. The abyss.
अरे परत पहुंच जाता का हाँ ये तेरी सिस्टर है लॉल
Hey! Could that be?
ये दोघं सेम दिसत होते ना पण दोघं एक साथ होते ना हाँ
Ether.
What is this?
Ether.
Wait! She just blocked an attack against the Abyss Herald! Your sister and the Abyss?
Ether, why are you with Dane?
Uh-huh.
I've been very close around.
Your sister knows Dane?
Lumine, we meet again.
What's going on here? Dane knows her too?
You shouldn't team up with this man. He is my enemy.
Lumine.
What's around?
Guy.
But it must be said. Don't try to stop me. Don't try to stop the Abyss. That man, Dainsleif, was the Twilight Sword, one of the royal guards of the final dynasty of Conria. 500 years ago, he failed to prevent the destruction of Conria. A curse of immortality was laid upon him to forever wander the wilderness. While he watched the people he was supposed to protect turn into monsters of the Abyss.
You're saying Dane is from Conria? The same Conria that was destroyed 500 years ago? And you said the people turned into monsters? You're trying to tell Paimon that the Abyss Order is not only related to Conria, but is actually the people of Conria themselves? And the whole thing about Dane being your enemy... Oh, Paimon's so confused.
Home. Yes. Of course. Home is wherever we are together. But I cannot go with you to the next world to find a new home.
At least, not yet. Until the Abyss has engulfed the thrones, my war with destiny will see no end. Listen to me, Ether. I have already traveled through this world once. Once you reach the end of your journey as I did, you will see for yourself the true nature of this world. So we'll meet again. Though we need not rush, brother. I have more than enough time to wait for you. We have always had enough time.
They left. Oh, don't be too sad. We'll find them again. Look on the bright side. At least we got some really useful information. Really? You sure? At least now, as well as the Seven, Dane is also a key part of finding your sibling too, right? That's right! By the way, what they said just now is all pretty confusing. Did you understand it at all? Oh, well then, let's go over it again. First off, that Abyss Herald called your sister Princess. It seems like your sister is leading the Abyss Order. Even the Abyss Herald answers to her. Still, we don't know for sure if she's the highest-ranking leader in the organization. Also, your sister said that she wants to engulf the thrones and go to war with destiny. What the heck does that mean? Could it be that she wants to destroy the Seven and the Seven Nations? Next thing, turns out the Abyss Order monsters are really what the people of Conria turned into after their nation was destroyed. This story is just plain terrifying. And Dane is from Conria too! He witnessed its destruction 500 years ago! But he didn't turn into a monster, and now he's fighting the Abyss Order. So that's why your sister said that Dane is her enemy, right? But if the monsters of the Abyss are the same people that Dane protected all those years ago, then why is he enemies with the Abyss Order now? Also, how come, after all this time we spent searching for your sister, it turns out she's on the side of the Abyss? What's up with that?
We have many new questions but few answers.
Yeah, you're right. Then, we can't let ourselves get down about it now. Our journey's not over yet. Let's get a move on. Time to leave this terrible dark place and get back to the surface where the sun shines bright. If your sister wants you to reach the end of your journey, well then, show her what you're made of. Come on, traveler, let's go.
Few times I see this run.
Atas itu ada misalnya. Baik.
This is not fair, man. हे काय न्यू रिप्लिकेट क्वेस्ट हे काय कलेक्ट करायचं काय काय करायचंय अरे ते नाही नुबडे हे काय हे
नाही माहिती ते रिवॉर्ड घेतलं नव्हतं का काल
सर ये गेम्स बट रेसिस्ट है इस गेम में कोई गे या लेस्बियन नहीं है क्या नो बेरे तू
रिवॉर्ड घेतलं होतं ना काल त्याचा ते रिवॉर्ड
Try something new at the one restaurant.
Add Astra at.
डेली मिशन नाही केलं
केलं झाले
जे करणार रिवॉर्ड
झालं की केलं की डेली मिशन
ते
ऑलरेडी
नाही दुसरीकडनं नव्हतं का घेतलं तुम्ही काल रिवॉर्ड फेदरचं
हा घेतला असेल ते नंतर करू ठीक आहे बडबडतंय नुसतं कल्टी मार्च 5 मंथ में लॉन्च हुआ था ये गेम नाउ वी प्ले मल्टीप्लेयर ना 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 मेरे को बस कितना चाहिए 200 एक्सपी चाहिए मेरे को बस मिशन स्टार्ट करने के लिए ये मिशन करके मैं जाएंगा ऐसा तो इजी मिशन होगा Investigate the area. मार रहा है क्या मस्ती कर रहा है अभी आपने कुछ अरे अभी मैं बस मिशन करके ये जो लास्ट वाला मिशन है ना वो करेंगा और कल्टी मारेगा मतलब बाहर जाने का है मेरे को थोड़ा तो अब मेरे को नहीं लग रहा अब भी अपन टॉप खेल सकते करके टॉप खेलने के शाम को आ जा शाम को 8 बजे वैलोरेंट खेलने वाले तो मतलब तेरे को आना पड़ेगा 10 बजे 10 नहीं तो 12 नहीं खेलते सर हमारे साथ कभी देखा है खेलते हैं सर चुप रे बाबा चुप तो ये गलत अफवाह में मत दे for the missions. All of
Motion to compel.
आइटम मिला कि नहीं वो? तो कोई अच्छा थंबनेल भी यूज कर लो, देना मेरे को अच्छे थंबनेल, सेंड कर मेरे को डिस्कॉर्ड पे।
I'll protect us. Oh, yeah.
Windblade!
Incinerate!
Disappear!
Let's dance.
ये किधर है अभी? कब हो गया? मैं लेवल 33 पे हूँ प्रो, यू नूब। 3 लेवल तो आगे है ना बस, नूब।
There's no end to this.
Boom boom!
ये किधर है? और आज लेवल 35 हो जाएगा मैं। ओहो, सो पीरो। Collect the treasure. इधर है treasure। इधर है treasure। There is a name in the past. According to her, she discovered in the course of her research that there was treasure burned here. The treasure is locked beneath the giant golden tree in the middle of the lake and pass. Giant golden tree. Your rescued an athletic named Rose according to her, she discovered in the corpse of her. He said that there was treasure burned here. golden tree in the middle of the dingy pass. Dingy pass.
I'll protect us.
Take level 30. मरते मरेंगे नहीं बड़े मेरे से
Sometimes the law is compatible with human nature, but sometimes the
With the wind!
तो गाइस आज की स्ट्रीम यही पर एंड कर देते। इस लेवल हो चुके लिए नेक्स्ट टाइम में मिलते हैं। रन खेलना ही पड़ेंगे कोई ना, मिलते हैं कल भाई लोग। तो के लिए बाय।